So, what is it with you fuckers and resubbing when, I'm in the pre-stream and you guys can't hear me react? How dare you? Also, hi, everybody. Hi! Alright, let's, get me logged in. Hey, Danny. Also, Zev, correcting yourself from being my biggest simp to being my biggest sub is not better. I don't know if that was on purpose, but... Hi, Ash! Oh! Danny, thank you for the 4 months! Oh, also, Zev, thank you for the 8 months. In case that wasn't clear. 100% was? Okay, just checking. But yeah, look! Better tracking! I mean, this model is limited in what it can do, but let me swap over real quick. I want to show off. So, hang on. So, yeah, as you can see, tracking is better. But for better comparison, let me switch over to one of the free-to-use models I used to use. There we go. Okay, remember this gal? Now, he. This is, in fact, what I've been doing off stream, is just making faces at my camera and making noises. But also, I'm really tempted to make a short with this model. That's just me making Yoshi noises. Yeah, she's super cute, but I wanted something that was more me, you know? So, yeah. Technically, this one does, at least according to, like, its settings, have a cheek puff, but it doesn't show. But if I switch over to the old Friday Night Rights model, who, by the way, is technically supposed to be a Mikote. I just removed her ears because I just wanted her to be a girl with a ponytail and a hoodie. But... She can cheek puff! Yeah, it's why she doesn't have ears, because normally I use a toggle to, like, make her not a Mikote, because I didn't want her to be a Mikote, but she's very clearly supposed to be, like... Hang on. If I go in here... And... Let's see here. I have to remember how to find it first. Basically, she does technically have cat ears. And it's very clear it's supposed to be a Mikote. I mean, this outfit is also very clearly supposed to be at least based off of that outfit from the cash shop. But yeah, I just wanted free-to-use human. Yeah, and now we're back to the star of the show. I need to re-magical girl myself. There we go. Anyway, let's get her back here and swap over to the game since I am logged in now. Is Zilch still on? Nope, he was on earlier. Uh-oh. You were working earlier. Oh, don't tell me. Hang on. Well, I guess it's back to 30 FPS. I mean, it doesn't really matter with this game. Look. I think... There we go. I think because of everything that I am running for my streams and stuff, it just doesn't like me playing 14 at more than 30 FPS, but it's fine. It's whatever. But yeah. All right. So who is ready for MSQ? Oh right. The Crystarium is my return point. Oh wait, no, I have to go to Mordona first, don't I? Mordona is here. There we go. More donuts, exactly. More donuts, sushi of the Violet Tides. Oh, hang on. Oh no, did it mess something up? Let me check something. No, it got rid of some of my... Hang on, I need to fix a thing. I need to go into VTube Studio and adjust... Why did it not save it? Why did you turn off my physics? Why does it keep changing it? It should be here. There we go. Much better. You're not supposed to get shrunk. There we go. Okay, much better. Now I can shake and everything wiggles. But yeah, more donuts, sushi of the Violet Tides. Our good friend from the Resistance, Mango. I've got all sorts of food names for things. Okay, now that I've done the thing for, Flamine, is she still going to tell me, in caring for the Scions, we've made more than a few allies. I'm sure they'll be of use in the future once everyone is back safe and sound. Okay, cool. She does change her dialogue now that I've helped Flamine. Okay, you guys are all still saying the same shit. Except for Caltonet, who we talked to last week. Alright, what's up, Kryle? Kryle is glad for your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. I'm sure everything is fine. Shizune, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing the corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. The Crystal Exarch, you say, as if you weren't literally last patch calling him Raha. If only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Who dat? Maxima! Ah, Shizune. It has been far too long, my friend. Good to see you, too. Forgive me. I don't believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspices of Commander Eldon, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. I know it wasn't made mandatory, but she still called him Raha in 5.1. Like, she still like, she wasn't in the game in A Realm Reborn, so, like, her being buddies with him is completely separate from that. Ah, yes. I have heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Who? I mean, above the game I know who, but... Commander Eldon has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Okay, bye, Tataru. Don't worry about the others. I'll keep an eye on them while you and Kryl are away. Okay, have we gotten any changes at all? No. No, okay. If these two haven't changed, then probably nobody else has. Let's head over to the Alamegan Quarter. That's not the Alamegan Quarter. There we go. Okay. I'm not gonna deal with navigating around the buildings, so up we go. Oh wait, here we go. Hi. How have you been? Much has changed since the first time we set foot in the city. Now we strive to preserve their freedom rather than reclaim it. But we've no time to reminisce. We mustn't keep the commander waiting. Oh, how is that going? Commander Eldon awaits us in the Royal Palace. If you would follow me. I like how they're covering his face as if it's not super obvious who it is. This better be good.
They're here, Commander.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury.
Maybe someday.
I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzea.
Gaius Van Belstar.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
Okay, but like, can you fucking blame me?
Had he meant to do us harm, I hazard he would have kept to the shadows, and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
God, I hate how, like, after everything he did in A Realm Reborn, how quickly everybody's just like, yeah, cool, we're buddies now. Like, at least address a little bit better the atrocities he committed in A Realm Reborn and the shit he, like, yeah, like, still a war criminal. Still caused a lot of people in Ala Mhigo a lot of trauma, too. I need to scooch the girl over a little. Like, yeah, he has those Ascian masks, but like hating Ascians is bare minimum.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I
yeah.
cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence.
I heard.
Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee, each pursuing his own avenue of escape.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of new voice actors are a lot better, although it still kind of sucks, because there were some pretty big name, it's funny, I was just talking about this with some people lately, but like, there were some big name voice actors in A Realm Reborn, including the guy who played Gaius. If you've ever watched Ghost in the Shell, like Standalone Complex or any other the Ghost in the Shell stuff, oh, what's his name? Hang on. So Gaius's voice actor, who was also Ilbert's voice actor in A Realm Reborn, was what's his name? Hang on. Give me voice actor information. It was Richard Epcar. Yeah, Sam Riegel was Alphino. If you know Critical Role, not only was Sam Riegel Alphino, Taliesin Jaffe was Thancred. Richard Epcar was Gaius and Ilbert, who plays whenever they still do new media for it. But in Ghost in the Shell, Richard Epcar is Bato. The voice of Hydaelyn in A Realm Reborn was oh, I'm always really bad at remembering names, but let's see here. Did I guess the thing right? No, I did not. Here we go. The voice of Hydaelyn in A Realm Reborn was Mary Elizabeth McGlynn, who plays the Major in Ghost in the Shell, and also had a guest spot in Critical Role, at least in Campaign 1. Like, yeah, on one hand, the woman who played Minfilia, as far as I can tell, that's the only voice acting role she has ever gotten. But, like, there were some big names. Oh, also, Urianger was voice acted by the same guy who plays, Balthier in Final Fantasy XII. The problem wasn't really the voice acting. The problem was the voice directing. Which is incredibly frustrating, because you could have all of the, like, biggest voice acting names in the world in your production, but if it's not directed well, it's still gonna fall flat. I'm sure the voice actors did the best they could with what they were given. Given how rushed A Realm Reborn was in general, it wouldn't surprise me if it was rushed in general. Or if the voice acting was rushed too, is the point I'm not trying to make. Plus, there's some places in at least the whole way the Western localization of Final Fantasy XIV was handled that makes me think maybe they phoned it in, given the fact that the servers back in A Realm Reborn weren't in super great facilities, which is why they had to move them in Heavensward. If I remember right, the European servers were also stored in Canada up until Heavensward, and then they finally moved them. Is either that or they didn't have European servers. I don't remember which it is. But either way, European players also got hella shafted. There's a reason they had to move the North American servers, like, during the first expansion. Yeah, God, I love Balthier. Like, Final Fantasy XII is actually tied with Final Fantasy XVI as my second favorite single-player Final Fantasy game. I have a video essay idea involving Final Fantasy XII, so please look forward to that someday when I have, like, the time to get it put together. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what happened was they changed voice acting studios slash like agencies. Um, so like the voice actors who got to keep their voice or their roles, or the characters who got to keep their voice actors in A Realm or from A Realm Reborn were from when they were already starting that transition. Which is why like uh Amaric has the same voice actor, and no, Yugiri's gone through like 3. Okay, here's the thing, Sleepy. The video essay I want to write or do is about defending Vaughn and his role in Final Fantasy XII. I swear he's important. That's more than just a POV character. Let me just give you the short version of this. I don't think Ash's character arc would have been possible without Vaughn. Anyway, let's continue with the story, because like as it is, last week's MSQ stream went until like midnight, so I should probably not yap too much, as much as I love it.
When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight. But to me, his description seemed anything but. And upon further investigation, I found that I was right.
Oh, so it is related to that. Okay.
The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets. And that should have been the end of it.
But
unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit. Primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Hey, I haven't info dumped about this in a while. So fun fact, the numbering for the different legions in the Empire and their roles in the story tie back to previous Final Fantasy games, which is why it is the 7th Legion that is involved with the weapons project. This is also, I think, why Xenos's Legion was the 12th, because there was a parallel between him and Vayne from Final Fantasy XII. It also, that's why it was the 6th Legion that we encountered in Azaslaw when we were dealing with the Warring Triad. Still trying to figure out why it's the 4th Legion that caused the Bolja incident, and that we deal with in Bolja, but may have just been because the 12th Legion was already taken.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed. Few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since.
Speaking of Nail.
Precisely how this project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices, remains a mystery.
No, Sleepy, there's a difference between me pausing for a little fun fact and me spending 30 minutes basically yapping about something that I should save for a YouTube video. Stop bullying me.
What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress. So we resolved instead to bring you warning.
Oh, also, that's why Gaius's Legion was the 14th Legion.
And right glad are we that you did. Though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days. But it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all. Even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
I too shall make for the border and offer my skills, meager though they seem in such company. Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
Gosh,
Though we can ill afford to ignore the coming of a new Ultima weapon. Our friend's plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Gosh, that sure does sound like super, super important for us to deal with. Time to put it off until Sunday. Haha. Oh. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. Yep. They sure are. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of a new Ultima weapon. But with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. Yeah, you said that already. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the first. Is that, yeah. I hate to say it, Sleepy, but I think Endwalker was the Garlemald expansion. I would love to see more of Ilsabard at some point, though. But I hope is probably what I should say. I would like to think that the writers want to give us a little breathing room to, like, let things progress with what is left of Garlemald and its territories before we, like, return to that. Kyle can see the steely resolve in your eyes and suspects she knows where duty calls you. I take it you're ready to return to the first? Then I would ask that you apprise the others of the recent events here in the source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal ether stable. Yeah, no, absolutely. I would love to, like, again, once they give it a bit of space in terms of, like, okay, here's where Garlemald is now in its territories. I would love... God, I want a Dalmasca expansion, basically. Like, again, Final Fantasy XII is one of my favorite Final Fantasy games, so I'd love to, like, go to Damaska properly and, like, have an expansion where the Sikh and the Banga are the allied societies. And maybe the Source's version of Numo? Mayhaps? Perchance? Safe travels, Shizune. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. Like, God, I can't wait until I'm actually caught up on this character so I can just, like, talk about stuff to my heart's content without worrying about spoiling somebody who's watching. For anybody who's newer to the channel, I am like, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV since A Realm Reborn. And on my main, I am caught up with the story. I try really hard not to talk about things that are ahead of where we are on stream, in case anybody watching isn't caught up. And when I do bring stuff up, I do try to give spoiler warnings. Yeah, like, God, the thing we fight when we're role-playing as Asinian is so, like, disturbing and cool, and I feel like they were also trying to do something involving the Resonant, and then they never followed through with it. It's one of the things I wish that they had handled a little bit better. Just like the whole concept of the Resonant in general. You've come at a most opportune time, my friend. I've made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul and means to return the Scions home. I trust you, too, have been making good use of your time. You could say that. Ill tidings from the source, you say? Then I will summon the others that we might all be apprised of the situation. No, don't bother, please. Just let me go around to like 5 different locations and tell everybody individually. Why make things easy for me by gathering everybody all in one place? Perish the thought. Don't trouble yourself. Please.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source?
The Emperor is dead. Gaius is back. Apparently the Empire might be making new Ultima weapons. Did I leave anything out?
A new Ultima weapon? We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Urianger and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
Oh?
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white auracite, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within Aurosite or any other crystal.
Just so, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel.
Preferably without you suffering from immense blood loss, yes?
I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I totally get what you're saying. Like, I just... He had the I'm pretty sure he was a resident. If I remember right, we did see his eyes glow red. And, like, I just, in general, feel like the Resonant and also the fact that Xenos was a Resonant was a plot point that, especially considering the weight it was given when it was introduced in Stormblood, was not given the weight that it should have in the rest of the story. Sorry, this is what happens when a,
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found.
This is what happens when a writer is like, I like this fandom, but also here's what I could do different, because there's certain things that dissatisfy me. And that's how fan fiction is created, and why it's so popular.
Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
Yeah?
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
God, if...
No.
Imagine.
I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Believe it or not, Raha, your pseudo-granddaughter is allowed to have secrets from you. Oh, right. I'm so glad that they, like, added this feature. I mean, yeah, it does kind of more clearly publicly call me out when I forget to pick out an option. But, alright, around the circle we go. It may simply be my imagination, but Lena has been rather brusque with me of late. You don't suppose she's still upset over that mishap with the salmon fillet, do you? What mishap with the salmon fillet? Raha, what did you do? Never have I seen such a repository of knowledge. A stark reminder that, a stark reminder what little we truly know of the world. It just occurred to me, considering what's going on in Dawn Trail, and if you don't know, don't worry about it. You'll find out if you keep playing or if you keep watching me play. But considering what's going on in Dawn Trail, boy, I hope we get a chance to talk to Beck Lug about everything at some point. Because I feel like it might be relevant to their interests. IJS. Upon White Auracite's crystalline foundation, we have built, not a prison, but a refuge for the soul. Would that Moonbrita were here to see the wonders inspired by her research. Moonbrita! To think we will not only have Xenos to contend with once we return, but a new Ultima weapon as well. Why must all of our enemies insist on returning from their graves? Yeah. Like, God, I just want to, like... Can we just use the you-know-what to drag them you-know-where and, like, get their help? Maybe? I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Yeah, sure. Actually... Somebody remind me once I finish the stream to, like, hop over to my main and then go talk to Becklug and see if they have anything new to say. I mean, I know we can't use it yet, but like, look, let me dream. It also wouldn't be the first time we've world hopped for a consult. I suggest we hurry. Lena does not strike me as one who enjoys being made to wait. We have little time, so I will be brief. A Sin Eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A Sin Eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the night had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single Sin Eater. A simple task for a guard, I should think. Then why are you asking for my help? That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and they gain nothing from an easy victory. But you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Then let us make for Fart Job. Alright. To Fort Job we go. Here we go. The Sin Eaters that remain no longer have a leader to guide them, but they are no less dangerous. They cannot be suffered to live. If you would wait here for a moment, I will gather the others. Alrighty. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. Long have they awaited the opportunity to fight at your side. I was at death's door that day after the Sin Eaters attacked, and you and yours hadn't come, or if you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through, and I wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. But that is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, miss. Truly, It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight astride an Amro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think the Yulmoran soldiers we once locked blades with are now on our side. But we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one... Oh, there he is. My apologies, Captain Lena. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. Hi. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. Do you have a twin brother named Demler? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to her. Don't give up. Don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart. And the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the Knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know. And so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. You're right. We won't. Your heroism has inspired all of our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not had the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh, look at that. It's already defeated? If I hadn't seen him with my own eyes, I'd have sworn it was you who killed that Sin Eater. Huh?
Did you slay this Eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
By himself? Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the warrior of bleeding darkness? And he says, no. I'm a warrior of light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came.
A warrior of light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood.
Yeah, about that.
I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be her. The warrior of darkness.
Eh? Oh, I didn't know. It's an honor.
Since the Eater is no longer a threat, our work here is done. Return to your posts.
I had hoped to fight at your side today. But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Yeah, sure, bye.
I apologize for the wasted journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this warrior of light, I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
Alphino, I love you, but like a
Forgive
brother.
me.
Oh,
There is one more thing. A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Take your time. I shall go on ahead.
I will not mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. Though his countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating.
he did what?
Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true.
Hang on. How do you pick up a fillet of any kind of fish and not immediately notice that that's not a letter opener? Unless it was like dry, but normally people don't refer to like dried fish as like a fillet, and I get being exhausted, but you still know the difference between a letter opener and wet.
It is for this reason that I seek your advice.
Especially since didn't they say it was salmon? Salmon's really fucking oily.
Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man, a younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy.
Hey everybody, hydrate, stretch, check that posture.
It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
Ooh, do I want her to try and be funny, or do I want to be wise? And I'm gonna go with this one. He's lost without you, you know, and he misses you already.
Are you sure? Then perhaps we might remain as we were. As we have always been. What a relief. In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Is that a promise or a threat? Also, ma'am, let me tell you about the downfall of doing something that is technically your work, but also something you enjoy. I know they say if you do what you love, you never work a day in your life, but the flip side of that is you do what you love and suddenly you have a really hard time setting boundaries and stopping. Anyway, I'm gonna wait to talk to Lena until after the ad break. And I'm actually gonna use that time to take care of something real quick. So yeah, that's where we are right now. So yeah, I think I'm gonna put up the BRB screen. And I will be back in a few minutes. If the ads have already started at that point and you're not already subbed, A, you should sub so that you don't have to deal with the ads and also get all my super cute emotes. And B, if you're not subbed, I'll see you on the other side of the subs or of the ads. So yeah, I can talk. I know how to words good. But yeah, BRB. Oh, there we go. Alright, I am back. Some people are VTubers for the sake of anonymity. I'm a VTuber so I can put on pajamas and not worry about my appearance while streaming. And still give you guys a little visual aid to represent me. Ah! I have been hidden. Oh, hang on. Let me go into... Oh, there we go. Much better. All you see is tiny floating hat. I try to hide in the shadows. The thing that gives me away is my hat sticking out of the bush. But anyway, yeah. Real talk, that's why I'm a VTuber, is because I'm fucking neurodivergent and don't want to have to look presentable all the time. Hi guys, welcome back from ads. That's probably a weird middle of a sentence to come back to. Okay. Let's see here. Her mind at ease, Lena is ready to return to her duties. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their posts. The idea behind this redeem was supposed to be, ooh, like, imagine what this redeem, but with a horror game. Like, imagine if I had, if I were playing Silent Hill 2 as an example. Or imagine what this will look like when I play Subnautica. Yeah, like Subnautica. The real horror game. Yeah. Not that baby horror game, Silent Hill. The one that where I opened a door, saw a dark hallway, and was like, you know what? No. You know what? To be continued next year. You have at least 3 weeks before you need to worry about it, Ash. So, there is that. And that's not including, like, this week. Because we're just on 5.2 right now. I still gotta do 5.3 and 5.4 and 5.5. Like, my problem is I'm not good with getting scared when I have to be in control of my own fate. I'm fine when I'm just sitting in my living room nice and safe and then listening to a horror podcast, but an adventurer calling themselves a warrior of light. Why would anyone tie themselves to the legacy of individuals held in such low regard in the first? Warriors of light, harbingers of the flood and all the world's woes. That this wanderer would so boldly claim their title is most curious indeed. 'Tis strange to think how heroes so beloved by the people could be brought so low in so short a time. I mean, 100 years isn't that short a time. Alphino tells me a warrior of light has slain the Sinians. Thank you so much for the sub! Thank you for using your Prime key, thank you! Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I meant by, like, being in control of my own fate. Like, it's one thing if you're watching somebody else play Silent Hill 2 and they're making James stick his hand in the wall. It's an entirely different thing when you are the one who has to consciously make the choice to make James stick his hand in the wall. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to make of this. Ah, yes, I was hoping to speak with you about, on second thought, never mind. It would be rude of me to pry. Oh, about Lena? Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. No, you're okay. At some point I want to change a bunch of my sound alerts. I've been sort of slowly doing it as I figure things out, but the new sub sound is the same sound that plays when you join the Immortal Flames. I probably should turn that actually. Oh, but if I touch that, it's gonna affect other things too. Jump scared yourself, sorry. But hey, welcome to the pantry. Obviously, we have cookies. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland. But now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity. And of late, I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light. As well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin-eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with this renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I, too, can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I am not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have had no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the First, their reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they needed defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Vobert. That such heroes could be spoken of in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree. But as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained: that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At that point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emet-Selch, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway the hearts of those who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alphinaud's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Shizune? I wish we had done this sooner. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you to continue working with Beck Lug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium in the Exedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. There can be no darkness without light, and so it was that Ardbert was there in your hour of need. The people must be told. I have seen many a great and terrible thing in my long life, as has the Exarch, no doubt. Of man I can say this: his memory is short, his heart fickle. Let us pray that your words reach him. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't backfire. Hopefully they don't decide to be like, hey, we thought you were pretty cool, but then you decide to defend this guy that we think is problematic. And instead of thinking, hey, this person has a pretty solid character, maybe we should listen, we're gonna be like, hey, fuck you. because that's a very real thing that could have happened. Shizune! My, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope your being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late. Which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. Hee, I jest, of course. Are you sure you jest? It's actually been quite pleasant to have a few moments to myself now and again. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Hey, I am going to very slowly back away from you because you worry me. And I already get made the guinea pig for enough people. And then... yeah, here. Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenoble not long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and that she inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say the latter is far more impressive. To think that fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. I'm sorry? You mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Okay, but here's the thing. This is Graha we're talking about. He's just as likely to be interested in the results of the experiments as he would be to be upset about the fact that she did experiments on her patients. Lena literally just told us that he seems younger now that he's like researching and stuff again. Well, well, to what do I owe you the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you to be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. The truth about the Warriors of Light, but you already told me all there is to know, didn't you? Well, if there's more to their story, I'd love to hear it. Maybe then I can compete with Sayella in regaling patrons with stories of their heroism. Perhaps I'll even inspire a few aspiring adventurers. I mean, Sayella does kind of have a primary source of information. I do want to see, how fare you of late? Okay. Doesn't say anything new based on MSQ. Fair enough. Maybe. I mean, it may also depend on how desperate they were for whatever the experiments were supposed to be. Come to browse the wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Where it is, that fellow from Daedalus Stoneworks has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrant reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? I see. The Exarch did mention they had something to do with your returning to the night to Norvrond. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Oh no, I've been watching too much H-Bomber, guys, so I see peaked, and my mind immediately is like, peak weed. Wait, who else do I need to talk to? Oh. Up here. Okay. It's not even about like unconscious and dying. It's, well, we don't have any other cures for, like, we don't have a cure for this thing. Might as well try whatever. I mean, that's basically kind of what we did in the culinary, or not in the culinary, I haven't done that one yet, but in the fishing quests. Oh no, these people have like these physical ailments. Why don't we try having them eat this food and see what happens based off our research? No, this can't be. Surely there's at least one book here that does not cast the warriors of light and their deeds in such a negative light. Hello? Oh, Shizune, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late. But I fear our repository lacks for the knowledge they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the Flood, of the warriors of light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy only of scorn and resentment. I know they were not always judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. Dude, chill, I've got stories. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the warriors of light, of the Flood? How wonderful! You have regaled me with the tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, I'm okay. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Alrighty, wait. How about we not run and actually take the shortcuts the game gives me? Whoop. It's good to see the people of the Crystarium so eager to learn the truth. And with this newfound knowledge of the past, they will at last be able to look to the future. Future with eyes unclouded. Those I spoke with at the orchard and the rookery were quite keen to hear what we have to say. For as much hope as they have for the future, the scars of the past weigh heavy on them still. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we've swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
This is so funny considering the fact that the game also canonically makes fun of the fact that usually the Warrior of Light is just nodding. Because they make note of the fact that we have, like, unusually strong neck muscles. But alright, let's tell a tale. My boy and his friends.
Wicked White. The Warriors of Light did all that?
Yaha?
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
Yaha?
They gave everything to stop the flood. First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
I'm getting anxiety because I remember what happens next. Ah, yeah, there he is! Huh?
Impossible.
You can see him too? He's not only dead, he's inside me.
Something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Again! Inside me!
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
Okay, hang on.
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
Pause for a second. Question. Y'shtola sees people by, like, their souls, right? So doesn't that mean that no matter how hard an Ascian tried to hide, if she had encountered them before, she would still be able to recognize them in another body? And now I'm trying to remember if Y'shtola's ever met Elidibus before. Yeah, she sees her ether, but, like, but souls are made of ether. Like, that's a whole point of later parts of the game, is that souls are ether. So shouldn't she recognize the ether of their souls, regardless of what body they're hiding in?
That it should be the warrior of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time. Though I have a few words of my own to say, if I...
Whoop, I did click that too fast.
People of the Crystarium! I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
Yeah, excuse me. That's the thing I was questioning, is if she's ever, like, I'm trying to remember. I guess Elidibus really didn't show up all that much in Heavensward. Especially after the point where she shows up. And she never encountered the version of Xenos that Elidibus was possessing. So yeah, I guess she's never seen Elidibus before. But also, hey man, you look real good for a guy who's supposed to have died over, like, 100 years ago.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Yeah, that.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance.
I know why.
But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about, and yes, she fortunately clocks the fact that that particular character had been body swapped and calls it out. So she should absolutely recognize, if she had encountered him before, who this is. But I don't think she's ever encountered him before. But also, you're not Ardbert, fuck you.
Who stands before you now, the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when she must return to her home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore,
yes, she
it
had.
is we who must protect it.
Because remember, she was there in Heaven's Word when we were dealing with the Warriors of Darkness. I'm pretty sure she was involved with the fight where Alize reveals that she's a red mage. But yeah, no, he absolutely, like, probably set things up to get us to clear the Warriors. I'm pretty sure she was.
The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure.
Excuse me, sir, do you say that knowing who Ardbert was? Like...
But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
That too.
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
To be fair, I also kind of wonder, given the nature of Elidibus, and Y'shtola does kind of bring this up in 5.3. I'm betting that he appears differently than the other Ascians did, even like compared to La Habrea and Emet-Selch.
So, that is a warrior of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
No, because his soul is in me. No, absolutely not.
Ardbert did entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yeah.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Grr. How dare he jack my boy's body?
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Elidibus. That Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known.
Yep.
Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emmett Selk's failure here in the First, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Bastard.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen. My, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you said?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emmett Selk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while the Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps? Regardless, to hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Unless they're trying to cause another flood of light.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary.
Not that self-appointed.
I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
'Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
We must not act until Ardbert hath made plain his plans. Would be folly to proclaim him false at this juncture. We were a hair's breadth from defeat when we faced them itself, and now we must contend with yet another Ascian. We must tread carefully. What a despicable practice, appropriating corpses. Such depravity eclipses any horrors I witnessed in the age of Vobert. They must be stopped. Hey, so let me tell you about this other civilization called Redacted. Where they redacted and redacted. And now their redacted is trying to redacted. With furrowed brow, and the Crystal Exarch deliberates your next move. Yeah, but Mock didn't do... That was more summoning Void Sun. I don't think they were necessarily, like, fucking with people's souls. Oh, but I guess having, like, using dead bodies as vessels for Void Sun would be pretty rough. You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood. Though I must say the reappearance of Ardbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor. Of that there is no doubt. But to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave, and nobody questions it. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight. Prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must needs ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alphino returneth soon, with that most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to apprise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall no doubt have need for their strength. Or need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. then I think it time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that was one of Emmett Selk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I recently received word from Fano that heretofore unexplored chambers have been discovered deep within the Kitana Ravel. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization. That of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. I want to go. You mean the ruins of the Great Serpent? Do I offer to accompany her, or do we scree? We scree. You mean the ruins of the Great Serpent? The Great Serpent? I see you've been studying your Ronkan history. But no, I've heard nothing relating to the Wood's protector. Still, should it prove relevant to what lies within, your expertise would be prove invaluable. When you are ready, make for Fano. Elmet and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our tasks. Pray give my regards to the Beast. Yep. Okay. To Fano. I know technically I have a rank up quest for the Qatari that I need to do, but I don't think we're gonna get to it tonight. It will probably have to be tomorrow. Either before or after we raid. By the way, Eden raids tomorrow night, guys. Minimum item level 6 people, you know the drill. Let us pray these new ruins are not as unwelcoming as the last. I mean, they're ruins, what do you expect? The allies of Ronka. It feels as if an age has passed since last you graced us with your presence. You look as if you haven't seen us in an age. Is the passage of time really all that different for you, Drawn? I mean, sorry, not all of us live to be like 200-300 years old. Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at last reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its halls, we determined that the... hold on. Excuse me. We determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magic. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. I'm not asking their age, I'm just pointing out that the passage of time is going to be different for a race that has lives to be 200 compared to little old me, whether you want to call me a Drawn or an Aura or whatever. Yes, the passage of time is going to move differently. Or at least be perceived differently. Oh, I think I accidentally, hang on. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. Whoop. No, wait. I see. Then it is good that you have come. For Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now. Surely any threats sleeping within the ruins pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. It is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh? And who was it pining for the return of our allies, that we might venture into the ruins? Clutching her staff at night, wishing it were... You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Get back here! Remind me, exactly how... Oh, hey, speaking of pulling a Vaughn. Remind me, exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we three have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with a curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm. And if not for your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let us make for the Katana Revel. Alrighty. Let's go. Even Emma Selquist's taken it back to find a mural illustrating the final days in these ruins. What other surprises do you suppose yet lie within? I feel oddly ill-equipped to venture inside, but with you here, I'm sure things will work out. You're ready when you are. It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Boy, I hope ads don't start while we're in the middle of this.
Come. Our new discoveries are to be found this way.
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed.
Don't say that!
Why you... Ugh.
Owl?
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
Hey, why does the pedestal on the other side not have an owl? Hey, remember when there was a trap and we had to place an owl statue to deactivate it?
As you see, one statue is missing.
More than one.
We are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
What? But I only... What is happening?
Maybe put it back? Oh, too late.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, it lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
Oh, it got me too. Okay. You mean the boss? Do you want to play triple triad with me? Because sure, I'll go. You want to go? I'll go. I've got a pretty decent deck. You trespass, mortal, upon sacred ground. In retribution, 4 souls I have bound. Oh, there are boobs, huh? Yet to heroes proven, learned and wise, a comrade's soul shall be their prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw with kin do I vie, though sought apart betterment of the whole do... Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts to cry. What am I? Deft of paw. Coral or Opo? Oh, descry, not to cry. Opo? I am partially guessing here. Ah, hey, I got it right. Indeed, the Opo is keen and shrewd, the spirit of ingenuity By whose guidance the Ronkins did prosperity pursue? The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus you have to you a soul returns. I know there's an ad. You know what? I'm gonna snooze it. Hopefully, we've bought ourselves some time. With Fearsome Fang, I travel with Pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack. What am I? Yeah, it would be the wolf statue. Oh, I thought she was just gonna give it away to me. But yeah, packs. Last time I checked, owls and serpents don't travel in packs, so... Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. On my belly do I crawl, by my strength does prosperity reign with our hall. What am I? I swear to God, is there... Wait. Yeah, this one, right? I was gonna be like, I swear to God, if it's the Great Serpent. I mean, a serpent is what the Great Serpent is. But I kind of wanted it to be a statue of our little Scree boy. Indeed, the dread serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns. Wait, but you said 3 riddles, and I have 4 allies. Desire that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely, and you may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow no. Do I get to see... What? Oh, is this a match 2 game? No. How am I supposed to remember something you never showed me?
No mess.
This feels like a trick question. There she is. Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth. Why didn't you just fight me to begin with? I mean, I'm sure I could have, but like, one worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind, body, and soul. It's fine, it's not like they were hard to fight. through. They're just bored. For real, for real. Speedrun strats. We're not here for speedrun though. We're here to relive our memories and play the MSQ in challenge mode. Ow, hey. Hey guys, hello? I think I am gonna snooze this, and then I'll just run ads as soon as I'm able to.
This is going to leave a mark. I will not hold back.
Oh, that was wrong button. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, everybody else is on the other side of her. I should probably run.
Drugs are off. This and that and this.
I win! Well fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open, and thus I concede defeat. Not wholly unexpected, but an exhausting ordeal nevertheless. Okay, we have 19 minutes left on this timer, so I am going to start ads, go get myself a muffin, and I will see you guys on the other side.
'Twould seem the magics have returned us. How polite.
Whoops. Thanks for that. Hang on. You didn't miss anything important on my end. I just said I was back and had muffin.
Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber.
I wonder what would have happened if we had taken the owl statue by the door and put it by the big statue instead.
A tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna?
Good. It's the last one from the batch I made on Saturday.
A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales. To think she really existed.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
That's the echo in the meteor vision.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
Naught less than the echo.
She's just like me for real.
In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however, I believe we might.
It's funny because the Warrior of Light, their echo awakens during 2.0. But unless you're a legacy player, that's never really addressed, and like, we don't see a meteor vision. Or oh no, wait, I think the idea was that like
depicted here not resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel.
I think the idea was that the calamity, the 7th calamity with Bahamut, like witnessing that was supposed to have been the same kind of incident.
Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet-Selch invited us to witness in Amarot? The final days. If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later? given a suitable trigger. The echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided, it would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar.
But no, it's a legit theory.
I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarot.
Then you must recall Emet-Selch's dying request.
Remember us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the past through our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently.
I mean, yeah, their world was ending.
We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emet-Selch and his kin. But we have disturbed Tiuna long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
We learned nothing of the Asians, but the potential link between the Echo and preternatural star showers is intriguing. Tiuna is the reason I took up spellcraft, you know. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine her tomb would be found, let alone that we would be the ones to have the honor to do so. I sorely underestimated the defense of these ruins. Perhaps Saimet was right to urge caution. You should tell her that. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebears, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tiuna and her exploits has been told countless times over the centuries. As it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are new flourishes. Details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, and the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. I hope you'll forgive me if I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long as we are here, there are none among the Vis who will not know of all you have done for Norvrot. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain that we have we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of the Raktika, and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels, then. As ever, we shall await your return with open arms. So long as we Vis live, we shall preserve the truth of your deeds. In the short time we've known you, it feels as though we've experienced a lifetime of adventures. Adventures we are not like to forget. Perhaps we should create a new mural in your honor, and as a record for the future generations. What do you think? I approve. By all rights, you should be departing for the Crystarium, but Y'shtola does not seem ready to return. Alright, you have a good night, Ash. Are you planning on joining us for raid tomorrow night? Because we're doing, what's the second raid? Eden's Not Promised. God, I remembered it earlier, now I'm blanking. Second tier, whatever it is. Although we learned not of the Ascians, the insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Is it choir verse? Thank you. Yes, Eden's verse. You're still, oh cool, you're still on ferry? Alright, sweet, that works out. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there's a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Yeah, sure. Ooh. Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Sorry, one of my widgets just did a weird thing. I'm sure it's fine. Look, the only gear I care about from Eden is Edenmorn. So, yeah. I don't care if the white mage weapon looks like a bubble wand. What am I doing? I can just teleport. The Edenmorn set is one of my favorite. Although I'm still mad that the Endwalker and Dawntrail jobs don't get Titania weapons. Runar appears to be in characteristically high spirits. Shizune! It is so good to see you. You've arrived at a most opportune time. I was preparing a hot pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. It will take only a minute. My apologies, Shizune. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed. But perhaps only for a bit, if you assist me with my work. I say work, but it is rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in the Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you would be so kind as to go and fetch a broom from Essigir, we might finish before Runar is done cooking. Is that a fluff I see? Hang on. What's my cat doing? Luca! I say his name and he immediately looks at me with this guilty expression on his little face. Come here. Okay. Now that I have kind of freed myself from cat aggro, do you want to come up here on my lap? Luca? No. Okay, he's ignoring me. Cat typical behavior. A broom for Master Matoya? I cannot imagine why she would have need of such a thing, but here you are. It is old, but sturdy, and sure to suffice. I trust Esagir was able to find a broom for us. Yeah. This well-worn broom has seen many a spring and summer in Slitherbow. Swishing and sweeping, sweeping and swishing. Swisharoo? Well-worn. Good. This would prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far. Yeah? I suppose. Yes, well, you weren't buried underneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered. Or, sorry. Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it is time I finished cleaning with the broom, with the help of that broom. Ma'am, me not experiencing bodily harm from the mess you left when I entered your room does not mean that your room is still clean. You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way, did you? That broom is more than capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. But to this task you shall be bound until no dust is to be found. In this one particular respect, I've no objections to following in Master Matoya's footsteps. You literally used her name, ma'am. There's this thing called a tsundere. In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people. Master Matoya? Pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. I mean, I think it depends on, like, A, your magic skill. And Matoya and Y'shtola are both very powerful. And B, like, your availability or... God, how do I word this? Where you land on the neurodivergent to neurotypical scale? Because, like, yeah, sure, a traditional vacuum is probably better at, like, cleaning my floors, but I'd be lost without my Roomba. And these brooms are basically fantasy Roombas. And since Y'shtola isn't around all that much, it makes sense for her to leave a magic broom to do the cleaning for her. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all. I see. Y'shtola! Thank goodness you're still here. Oh, hi, guys. Alphino, I thought you were following Ardbert. I was, though I'm sad to say I lost track of him shortly after entering these woods. He seems determined to traverse every elm of Norfront in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there is no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason to think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is, in all likelihood, Slitherbow. Alize, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. Their treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us. The best thing I can do now is to let them rest. So, I believe we were about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Uh-oh, my water bottle is empty. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin Eater to earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurk beneath the boughs of woven oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Oh, what happened to the death cult now that we've brought the knight back? Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it. They're just absolutely seething and sobbing in their cave. Maybe. I mean, I'm genuinely curious to see what the writers have done with them. But yeah, no, if I had an enchanted broom that could help keep my apartment clean, and maybe while we're at it, a feather duster that I could enchant to take care of dust, that would be amazing. Are we late, or did Reen do this? Or Thancred? I can sense no other Sin Eaters in the area. I hope this means Ardbert will be coming this way soon.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were, and are, but we can hardly ignore the rest of the world. So we thought we might see how things were coming along. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry is come.
Huh. It seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it?
He can't actually think we're so stupid that we don't know who he is. Or at least who he isn't.
But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I did the Seto one on my main, so I'm actually gonna do the friendly fist here because I don't know what happens. I know with the Seto one, he's like, oh yeah, too bad he dead, and he not, so, but friendly fist?
Arm giving you trouble? You should have it examined.
How about I use this fist to punch you? I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense.
God, that's still creepy.
After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in MSQ's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider MSQ's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
MSQ. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable. But I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone.
I mean, I'm still here.
And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves.
That's rich coming from a guy who purposely doesn't refresh his memories. That's not a spoiler. I mean, it's from Tales of the Shadows. Hey, guess who, like, does not use his soul stone thingy to, like, regain his memories as he loses them because time is a thing?
There is no common ground to be found between you and I. Nor do I require any.
You barely remember what you're fighting for.
I have my duty.
Wait!
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Maybe he's trying to fuck with the
Another
balance
visit
again?
to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emet-Selch came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emet-Selch's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
If there's aught to be learned, I want to know. Is either that or going to be the snark about chores.
A woman after my own heart.
But...
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can tell us where more ruins are to be found, it is them.
Alright, let's go. Also, I am going to once again encourage people to go check out the short stories that are on the Lodestone. They're all very good and have a bunch of really interesting lore in them. Also, fun fact, with some of them, if the Warrior of Light gets referenced, or if a certain someone else gets referenced, you can choose the gender of, like, the pronouns for your character between he, him, and she, her. But still, better than them just defaulting to he, him like they do in the actual, like, published book. Disdain and obfuscation. What is thy true design, emissary? Dan told me what La Habrea did to him. I can't imagine how he's feeling right now. What about me? Artbert's my bro! I hate to leave him like that. Gods, they can't even let a man rest in peace. Am I the only one who sees the irony in Ardbert calling us puppets? I'm too busy seeing the irony in him accusing us of forgetting, given what I know about him. Would that I had found the words to deny Elidibus. We are so much more like, or so much more than he believes us to be, and yet Y'shtola would have you depart for the Tempest without delay. Alphino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tolsh'oth first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to a great many secrets. No, wait. I think I accidentally clicked on the wrong place. This place feels much less ominous than the first time we were here. And again, we did have the shadow of your impending death hanging over us. Don't be shy now. Huh? Perhaps we might look into in on Pasha's own while we're in the area. Mayhap we shall find the secrets we seek in these depths, should their keepers consent to aid us. I'm glad to have the opportunity to visit the Tempest again. It's so lovely here, like a different world entirely. The last time we were here, the Ondo sent us to slay a massive creature. 'Twas as large as Leviathan, twice as angry, and... Yes, of course I jest. It was only half as large. Okay. See you hopefully tomorrow, Danny. Get a good sleep. And thanks for dropping by. I have sent for no finless ones. Perhaps you instead come seeking something of us. Ruins which your kind have yet to explore. I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I am afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have pillaged our stores of Miniri liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos? A particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. The revenge, they call it, when they prey upon your kind. But do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems a fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. The Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we will have care not to draw their attention. Shall we? I mean, for some reason, I never seem to run out of arrows, so I would probably be fine. But fine, Ishila, we'll do it your way. Okay. Here we go. Nervous? Me? Not at all. It's a bit dark though, isn't it? Definitely not haunted though. Certainly not. They're not much of a threat one-on-one, but Tosh-Oth was right about their numbers. If we fight them all, we'll be here for a fortnight. Let me get River out. There we go. If I were a bandit leader, I'd surely keep my spoils deep within my stronghold. Okay, but first, I want to find... Yeah, everybody. Whoa. Had a moment of lag there. Speaking of lag, I am stubborn, so I want to check something. Can I get away with... Oh, now you work fine. You were being a little laggy girl earlier, VTuber model. But now it seems okay? Nice. It's either because I'm in the Tempest and there's not as many people here, or it was just because of how early in the stream I was. I don't know. Either way, everything seems good now. I want to talk to everybody before I... These aren't the livers, but they're certainly stolen from somewhere, unless wheat has started growing on the seafloor since I last I checked. No way. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, hey, Arianje. Reen scaled the wall with remarkable swiftness. Thancred taught her well. And hey there, buddy. Hi. I haven't forgotten why we're here, I swear. Only this bird hasn't taken its eyes off me since I found it. I think it might be lonely. Oh, are you lonely, buddy? Are you? The shoe bill is staring at me and just staring. Clammy cask. On a cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh oranges. Far cry from the rather memorable scent of Mineri liver. Thrusting your hand into each sack in turn, you find that all are filled with wheat down to the bottom. You also find that raw wheat is unpleasantly pointy. I mean, I've probably been hit by worse. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. Are you sure? Okay. I know this is the right answer. I just wanted to check out everything else first. From the squelching noise that they make when prodded, and the vile stench, you conclude that these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. Are those them? It looks like it. Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems the Benthos have been raiding Calusian storehouses as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. But we can discuss this after we see the livers safely back to Tolsath. It wouldn't do to keep him in suspense. Here we go. All right. Oh, what just? Oh, ooh. What? Why did teleporting fuck things up? This place isn't any more graphically demanding than... fine. I'll play with it. Maybe I'll do a test stream in the middle of the day tomorrow or something. We'll see. In the meantime, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. There we go. Look, man, a girl can dream. Also, I just spotted... oh, something. Let me grab you real quick. Hidden at the bottom of the Tempest, this Ondo settlement was established by those few foragers who escaped the flood's destruction of their homeland. Kops refers to the hollows on the shore that remain filled with seawater when the tide recedes. Miraculous shelters, not unlike the Ondo's refuge. I'm glad you had better luck than I did. I spent the whole time fighting the Benthos or one Benthos after another. Yeah, after another. I have a feeling that there is more to this. So, the Benthos have been stealing supplies from the to venture ashore and steal from the Colusians entaileth unconscionable risk. Yet there is no denying the truth of our eyes. I know it sounds strange, but there really was a bird in those caves. I saw. Did you happen to see a bird while you were in the caves? Reen insists that there was one. But how? I saw it, and I know how. Probably. It's never really been properly confirmed, but there are theories. I am relieved to see one speared. Here you go. This bulging sack makes a truly heinous squelching noise as you haft it over your shoulder. Gross. Well, here you go. Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found all manner of foodstuffs from Colusia in the Flounders, or Flounders floor. Tell me, Tollstaff, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I'm reminded of rumors I've heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Colusian warehouses. The perpetrators enter in the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Ulmoran army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are, in fact, key to the Benthos' plans. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of the knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. Its resources barely able to sustain our current population. There's only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is not a surprise. They came to us not long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuffed them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to our own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt that this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes. Once you reach its depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the seafloor. That you have come to us now is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here, that you may drive out the usurpers, those who seek to use their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I'm afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seek lieth deeper still than beyond Emerald, I would call upon the assistance of another. Oh, this is accessories? Hang on. I need to... Oh no, we're in the middle of a cutscene, so I can't even see what I've got. Alright, I guess we'll go with Bard stuff. Nope, that's not. Aiming, there we go. Oh shit! My inventory! Where's the vendor? Where's the actual, like, item vendor that I can NPC some stuff? There's a vendor. Can I not buy gear here? Are you secretly also a vendor? That happens sometimes. No. Oh, because the shop is over there. One moment, folks. Oh, that's not what I want to hit. I need to clean my inventory. I'm fully aware of that. I started today, but it kind of... I was cleaning my armory chest, and it started decenting things, and now my inventory is a disaster. Let's see here. You don't actually necessarily craft anything I'm interested in keeping. Alright, let's just sell you then. There we go. Everything else I will worry about later. And add... Well, it's fine. I need to get through the cutscenes of this anyway. And then from the looks of it, we've got 3 quests left and we'll be done with this patch's MSQ. Oh yeah, I can actually, like, check my gear real quick. You've got some, like, 2 level 70 things left. Oh, Bard might actually be the... healer's in bad shape, but I also barely play healer. Alright. Aiming accessories it is. There. And use. And I will be using those. Yep. Okay. Is anybody unlocked in? Nope. Alright, and while we are in ads, I'm gonna try and recruit for Enemesis. And also, nibble on some fruit snacks. Because nom nom. What is on right now? Yeah, I keep making pleading faces at the game to not lag my VTuber model when I up my FPS in Final Fantasy XIV, please. Nope. It does not want to play ball right now. Alright. I might do a little more troubleshooting while I Oh, is that what's causing issue? Is it the fact that I have to have Firefox open? Oh, to be fair, I have a bunch of windows open. Hang on. Is that what's causing the problem? Why do I have 4 different windows open? That's just all Firefox. Okay, now what happens if I... Not that. Does that fix it? No? Okay. Also, welcome back, Mads, everybody. I'm still trying to solve the mystery of why my VTuber model is still lagging. Even though I'm not using my graphics card to track her anymore. Anyway, why do these problems always turn out to be so much more complex than they seem? Couldn't we have a simple, straightforward adventure for once? The good guy's good, the bad guy's bad, no drama or intrigue, and it all ends with tea and tarts. No, because this is a Final Fantasy game. The will of the ancients, if only it were so simple. It doesn't feel all that honorable or heroic to strike first, but if it leads to less bloodshed in the end... Is it wrong of me to be a bit excited? I know the circumstances are grave, but imagine what those ruins might hold. I would not care for what happened in Limsa to be repeated a world away. The Benthos know not what they do. You need not believe in the will of the ancients to receive of their guidance. Like the tide and the current, it is there always. Though our cause hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I speak of Bismarck. Pray follow me to Solon, that we might seek an audience with him once more. Wait, is this the patch I think it is? Does what I think happen this patch? I thought that was 5.3. Okay. But yeah, no, I guess it was this patch. That's funny. I thought it happened later. What, the patch? Or the dungeon? No! Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. No, that is definitely 5.3. This, I think, is the one where Urianger does a bit of a funny. Instead of, you know, just getting a boat. Also, hi! Did you see my message in Link Shell? Or are you being lame and raiding? From here, we press onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. Yes, this is what I thought it was. Boo! You've perfected your technique, then? Oh, wait, that was the wrong voice. Oh, well. Just so. The water will be as glass beneath my feet, and provideth purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? She's not wrong! Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned. Truly. Oh, hush. I'm sure it'll be brilliant. Go on. He's done it! Incredible! No, there he goes. Urianger! Oh, for the love of... Oh, fair. I was gonna be like, what, because he looked for the super complicated solution instead of this simple one? Mine apologies. The technique required the purest of focus, and mine was lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fuath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit toward the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Oh. Thancred? It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Okay, let's get you guys sitting down. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little invention, I'm certain you'll agree. Yeah, a boat. Like, I get he'd rather do intensive training. This is why I think it's, like, not just a avoiding touching water thing, and more a, like, he wants to do it the complicated way. Because if he just didn't want to touch water, boats exist. Arguably, he's touching water more by trying to walk on its surface than if he was in a boat. Before you make up some quip about age catching up with me, you'd be out of breath too if you had to drag Urianger out of the sea without so much as a warm-up. I mean, you're also in your early 30s, which is not old. Contrary to what the internet would have you believe, particularly in the VTuber fandom. 30s is not actually old, guys. Do you think these two are really all right? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest. What sort of dealings with the Fwath, I wonder? Good question. I must admit, I'd been keen to attempt walking on water myself, though I know what Alize would say. I'll stick to swimming, thank you very much. I mean, to be fair, Alize, you and I can breathe underwater. A thing this story constantly forgets you are also able to do. Yeah, but like, a lot of it is, like, if you act old, you're gonna feel old. And like, that's true regardless of your age, but if, like, I'm 34 and I'm not even old enough to have a midlife crisis yet. So like, yeah, no. 30s is not old. We're setting ourselves up for being in really bad shape mentally if we act like 30s is old, because like, what are we gonna do when we're in our 60s and 70s? I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more efficient than mine experimental magics. Honestly, I think a lot of it's that we spend too much time as a culture sitting, which is why, even though nobody's redeemed it, I'm gonna do some standing. Ugh. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, you seek what sleeps beneath the sea. Or if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, Serene One. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last fight, I found many creatures clinging to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste shall it be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to do a favor in kind. Regrettably, it is not one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon it, it would avail me not. You could just learn how to swim. Oh, for heaven's sake, is that all? Shizune and I are more than capable of that. Huh? With the Kojin's blessing, we'll have done it done with it in moments. And better than standing here and listening to this nonsense, I'll take the right, you take the left. Now go. Yes, ma'am. I am in your debt. Wouldn't I have understood that entire conversation because of the echo? None of us is as much of a match for Alize when she's like this. Aside from Y'shtola, perhaps. Yeah, but Y'shtola is likely to agree with her. Mine apologies. This venture hath not proceeded as smoothly as I had hoped. Psst, I think Thancred's embarrassed. Oh? Yes, I'm perfectly well recovered, thank you. It's a minor miracle that we accomplish anything at all, wouldn't you say? I mean, yeah, because obviously it's because Alize isn't around enough. If we just had Alize with us all the time, who knows what we could accomplish. Oh, for the love of... Alright, barnacle. After a good deal of prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. After a good deal of prying, okay. It's just the same dialogue no matter what. Oh, too far. Ah, there it is. Oh, there we go. All done. Would you please keep an eye on Thancred and Urianger? I'm still not convinced they're all right. Apologies for sitting this one out, but it did seem more appropriate for those of you with the Kojin's blessing to handle it. I take it you finished? To be fair, Thancred, aren't you supposed to be able to hold your breath for, like, a notorious amount of time? Like, you're notorious for how long you can hold your breath. The power to breathe underwater seems most convenient. Mayhap the Kojin might be persuaded to grant me it when we return to the source. I can swim, after all. Oh, you can? I'm so proud of you. Well, that was disgusting. I pray will not be required to attend to any other matters of personal hygiene. Thine efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay. Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors. I remember, a long time ago, another did me this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose a spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creature clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was. Brief though it always is. But I remember him, and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and the darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. A shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man. Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. Hang on, I'm gonna move this back a little bit further. There we go. But first, I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris. How come you didn't have that concern the last time? So, this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history, like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said? Or shall we all stand about, making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all? I feel as though there was more to it. Indeed, there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine. Later, then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, might I suggest a short respite? For Urianger and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please, rest. For me? Oh, how can you say no to that face? Are you gonna say no to that face, Thancred? Alright. Oh, alright, if you insist. You too, Shizune. You've been running yourself ragged. I mean, that's just... Oh. But I feel fine. Just go quietly, Shizune. Trust me. Oh, am I making the baby cry? In that case, I leave the old men in your care. They're not old! The rest of us will meet you at the split hole anon. Also, Y'shtola, aren't you like this? First of all, you're in your 30s. You lie about your age, and we all know it. Second of all, I am pretty sure you're older than Urianger is. Word of advice. Never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Solon that's better for it than most. Come with me. With age cometh wisdom, or so I pray. You are, according to the lore book, like 28 or 29. You're a baby. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. Okay, I think I am gonna sit back down. They're sitting, so I'm sitting. Oh, that'd be a fun way to handle a stream. Stand when the characters are standing, sit when they're sitting. I'll have to figure out a game for that. To hear her speak, you'd think I'm on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belie thy words, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the record show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? I mean, I'm not an amateur by any means, but... Help! Someone! Quickly! Uh-oh. It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Cressarium. Barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this, or I suppose we might have predicted this. Yeah, no rest for the weary, or the righteous. You mean you'll help? For free? Thank you. Yeah, sure. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us over much. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate. Okay. Fortunately, this one wasn't clever enough to bring its support. Never fear, Nightshade ain't no match for the guard. Can you believe this? I don't even have anything worth stealing. All save our miscreant appear unharmed. These two have matters well in hand by the looks of it. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Hey guys, is that you, milady? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow of the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy us meeting again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognized your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a message for the Crystal Exarch, and did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty. But as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are a few so devoted to their duty, in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we could be doing more. Like we should be doing more. It's all about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you, the excitable one. Sorry, milady. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Bonard, milady. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot. Just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrant. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves, and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the odd fisherman, then that's what we'll do. You don't think that, people running off to become heroes is why you're so short on people on the guard, huh? Well, well. Future heroes of the first, do you think? They want not for spirit. 'Tis but a pity they draw inspiration from so clouded a wellspring. Yet it availeth us not to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus' schemes to light. Yeah. It pains me to think that men with such pure intent are being made to serve Ascian ends, however directly. But they're right. The people need heroes. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. I doubt further contemplation of Elidibus' machinations will be conducive to relaxation. We may as well make for the spirit or split hole now. Alright, let's unlock the dungeons so that I can set up a party finder. And try to kidnap some people. Not quite where I wanted to be. Here we go. So, how much of a respite did you actually enjoy? Half a moment's? You're not wrong. What's keeping Bismarck? Surely it doesn't take this long to shake off a few loose stones. Perhaps we ought to have clarified what Bismarck meant by a short while. To his mind, our whole lives might be as a blink of an eye. You arrived rather early. Are you certain you did as you were told? I'm certain I tried. We rested, didn't we, Shizune? Yes. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. Tis time. Pray make ready. Mm-hmm. Alright, dungeon time. Alright, let me get the party finder set up. We're omitting that. Oh, I guess that doesn't really matter. No edible silence echo. Let me go ahead and pop that in there, and yeah. Alright. And while we wait for the party to fill, small talk. Whether or not we find the knowledge we seek, we have a duty to stem the Benthos' aggression. Gilmore has only just begun to rebuild. We can't be certain that the Benthos are all we'll find down there. Stay alert. I like to think my skills have improved in some small way since the last time we fought together. I won't let you down. Oh, that was the wrong voice, but whatever. What are we waiting for, people? We must hope that whatever slumbers in the depths will help to shed some light upon the Litibus's recent activities. Unlike Amarat, the ruins which we now seek are no illusion. There is no knowing what awaiteth below. Let me see if there's anybody in the Discord who can help. Okay, and while we wait, should I do that Qatari quest? Or should I split to MSQ? Oh, but I already said we were doing Eden tomorrow. I guess we'll do the Qatari quest, since we have to rank that up. And then we'll see where we're at by the time I'm done with it. We do only need 2 people. Wait a minute. No, I'm gonna engage in some direct, friendly bullying. I saw who was on. Where is he? It would help if I was on a gatherer. Oh, nope. It would help if I was, there we go. We are most fortunate that the V's have preserved the wisdom of ancient Ronka. We would be all but lost without their aid. I intend to teach Master Lanil's incovation to all the stewards. Surely it will protect us from harm. Chilling fate. The great serpent of Ronka once again would bestow upon you. Oh. The wisdom of the gods, probably. Scree! Scree! The great serpent wriggles and writhes about with glee. It appears to be eagerly anticipating what new discoveries the Qatari excavation effort might bring. Speak with Jakral Kodal and see how things have been progressing since you met. Also, before I forget, there we go. Oh, that's showing as no dungeons available because I'm not on a job that can actually do them. Right, yes, that is a thing. Quite a towering presence now that the second stela has been found, no? I have never been so proud to call myself a Qatari. Oh! Never mind. Alright, enemy Sisiniter, minimum item level, no echo, undersized, let's go. Let me ready check this just to be safe. Okay. You have us in a protective bubble. What do you mean you need to knock off some rubble to make sure we don't get hit by rocks? Bismarck, I think you're full of shit. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Yeah. I swear I'm trying not to sneeze into the mic. That's not a rock. Okay, we're good. Pretty sure there's more, though. Yep, there it is. You know what, Bismarck? I couldn't agree more. are. There we go. Unknown? What do you mean this thing is unknown? It is a little bit funny that, like, regardless of where it is, usually we know the names of enemies, and then this guy is just unknown. I probably don't want to be here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Probably sit here. I wonder if it wouldn't have been better if we had kept them both at more even HP. Oh, well, looks like it's fine. Okay. I wanted to check and see if she was getting, or I guess it was getting stacks from eating all the leeches. Doesn't look like it. Oh, I fucked up. Well, it'll be fine. I'll just have to play this entire song. Whoop. There we go. Oh, I fucked up. Right. I'm remembering how this fight works now, kinda. Oh no! Okay. That was almost very bad. Oh, shit. I got distracted. That's entirely my bad. Oh, thank you. Got the chest. Cool, cool, cool. More healing stuff, of course. Oh, wait. There's a chest. Give. Oh, I already have that. All right. Welcome back from Mats, everybody. Now the real question is this gonna... It probably won't scale. Sometimes stuff scales, but... Okay. Okay, confirmed. It doesn't scale. Trying to figure out how much of the turtle shell is part of her body and could indicate to us what female Sahagin looked like and how much of it is just decoration. Because I believe to date this is the only female Sahagin, or the closest we've ever gotten to seeing a female Sahagin in the game. Okay, you have a good night, critter. I've just got one last quest after this one anyway, so we're all good. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Hydrate? Yeah, I know. But look at all this water that's surrounding me. It's fine. truly the worst part of doing dungeons like this is the lack of LB. But hey, we did it! Oh, they're already gone. Alright. Let's get out of here.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos seem to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Imagine if we found its counterpart on the source. Oh. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, too fast. I couldn't count. Thank you all for joining us at the Uniter in these most perilous of times. By the summoning of Zodiark, have we been granted a reprieve. Yet immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vana? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Okay, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Plus the 14. Shouldn't there be... Oh, right. Because Nothal was just one person, wasn't he? Ah! So, thing I'm picking up as somebody who's played through the game before, there's 12 of these peeps that Vana is talking to. Wait, there should still be 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But hey, there's 12. Maybe the 13th isn't here right now. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever keep the darkness in check.
So, it was they who first summoned Hydaelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty, Emet-Selch never uttered the name, speak though he did, of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained. And to that end, they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
The floor?
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Bina, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but few support our cause. Far fewer than they who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
Seven hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
Good question. I had always assumed Elidibus to be of the same ilk as Lahabrea and Emet-Selch, but if the real Elidibus sacrificed himself before the Sundering, it makes no sense. that this facility shared intimate ties with the Academia Editor may readily be discerned from the common element of their names. Based on mine observations, 'tis like that the forms housed here were conveyed unto the Academia only when required, and thence returned for safekeeping. Yet such procedural minutiae are of largely academic interest, I concede. 'Tis unto the parties which did frequent these institutions that our thoughts should rightly turn. Specifically, the followers of Ina in the Convocation of 14. To say naught of the matter of Elidibus. And there I was thinking immortal was bad. Would someone explain to me how we're meant to kill a being who doesn't technically exist? I mean, I do it all the time with primals. Do you think we might be able to activate the device again? I should like to hear how those discussions ended. The device appears to activate via a form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that, I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow. That it doth so no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functional at all. That may be, but if we can't get it to work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robed emissary hath ever named himself Elidibus. Yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Emet-Selch did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ascians at birth. Rather, they are titles of office, afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiark's heart, and the emissary with whom we are acquainted, be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor. It's possible. It's possible. If the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be a survivor of the sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of etherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth a means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art thus engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface. You may now enter enemies. Oh, yeah. That's just the you can do trust now message. Does she really not mind working alone? Answers never did come to us tied neatly in a bow. Or with a bow. We'll get to the bottom of things eventually. Hopefully, this will make the Benthos think twice before raiding the stores of their fellow Ondo again. While it's true our findings have raised more of the questions than they have answered, it is not impossible that Y'shtola will gain access to additional records. And if nothing else, we have spared Yulmore from invasion. Echoes of a fallen star! Urianger presumably has some ideas to what you might usually do while Y'shtola pursues her investigations. Or usefully do while Y'shtola pursues her investigations in Nemesis and Anatar. Can we but uncover Elidibus's true origins, we may yet come to understand his designs. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel? He will no doubt wish to hear our own discoveries as well, such as they are. Oh, it's just teleporting me straight there. Are we getting a cutscene? We are. Huh? What's going on?
Dare I ask what's going on?
That's what I asked.
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
Mm-hmm.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness! You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
There won't be anything left to look after if you guys don't make sure that duties are being fulfilled.
But everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need.
Like, if you're not thinking about the needs that you leaving your posts are gonna result in not getting filled, that's a really awful way to word that. But basically, like, if you're not thinking about the repercussions of what you're doing, then you're not actually doing it for the sake of the people. You're doing it for the sake of glory and yourself. No matter how you try to dress it up.
Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Yes, but I didn't abandon people in order to do it. Do I get a dialogue point? Can there be a well, yes, but?
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help.
Including the people that need you as guards and need the things that are getting crafted.
If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
What are we to say to that? We can hardly tell them they are mistaken.
We can tell them that there's a difference between pursuing glory and actually helping people. Even I do crafting and gathering, and I'll fulfill people's needs. It's not all about wandering the world and going on adventures.
They seek but to do good, as you have.
But no more can we stand idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
not good.
What's happening to the sky? What the?
Wicked White. Oh no.
By the 12.
A star shower.
I hear a voice.
You and all? And why does it feel like it's inside my head?
Hear? Feel? Think? I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light! You're back! What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold!
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen?
Can it be?
Me, a hero?
Get out of my boy's body.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it. But though sundered and forgotten, through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end.
Hey, look at that.
Through the
Ishol was right.
rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability. Just as Heidelin is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
The Echo hath ever been thought a gift from Heidelin, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto. Her voice. Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant. In sooth, we bore witness to this but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why, then, didst thou conjure this vision, full knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
He's trying to create another flood of light. Is my theory, anyway. I don't remember if he ever actually confirmed what he was doing. But his actions don't really make sense unless that's what it is. And I'm really annoyed that, like, the Scions don't catch on to that. Hey, remember when the last time Siella's whole plan, or, like, remember when Siella was used as a tool to, like, basically nurture Ardbert and his friends into becoming heroes so that they could bring the world to the brink of light? It did remind me of it. Amarat, I mean. All the fear and the sadness. Unsettling though this is, I'm certain our friends in the Guard will use the Echo well. Or with good intentions, at least. Though I like not what it portendeth, having been treated to so an ambiguous a demonstration, I cannot well conclude aught but that star showers are indeed instrumental in awakening the Echo. Yet we need not attribute such credence to all that Elidibus hath claimed, that he too seeketh the star's salvation, for one. And there he goes again, though I don't suppose he would have given us an honest answer about his history had he stayed. The more Elidibus reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone then? I've managed to persuade a number of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay their departure. But as many are deaf to my entreaties. Young Thaler and Vonard among them, I am sorry to say. They have quit the Guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus's plan for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. Well, you know what they say about the road to hell. One can hardly blame them for thinking of themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the Echo, and it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree, though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken. The men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth, warriors of light, Ardbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amuro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Raubon took the time to usher you out into the wider world many moons ago. I think that comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged were the Warrior of Darkness herself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Enemesis to us. Alright, to the Almero launch. Yes? Yes? That's not the Almero launch. Where is... There it is. We're in Amarang? I mean, you know, around. Yeah, that's helpful. You again? I mean, it's you, milady. Sorry, it's been a funny old day. I came to see you off. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. Strike fast and true, for victory belongs to the bold. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness, and thank you. Oh, that's not the direction I want to go in. Oh, jeez. Here we go. I might, for the sake of making it easier to get the trial and stuff done for 5.3, I might make that a 2-stream thing. Because otherwise it's going to be really, really late by the time we get to Hero's Gauntlet and Seat of Sacrifice. I was so deeply immersed in my research that I entirely failed to notice the star shower. Bugger. Thou art returned, and at a most opportune time. We have but this moment concluded our account of all that came to pass in the deep. I take it they were suitably inspired? Yep. Honestly, don't listen to all this prattle about the life-changing importance of your words to impressionable young heroes. You could nod mutely in their general direction and they'd still be inspired. A. This land is our home, and it is we who must protect it. Even if he didn't believe a word he was saying, and it's all part of some terrible scheme, it's hard not to take his message to heart. You caused quite a stir when you set forth as the Flame General's newly anointed envoy, you know. Minfilia was delighted. The world is ever in need of heroes, she said. Thank you for making the effort. I am certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigation. We have yet to discuss how to proceed, however. While your findings in Enemies' Editor do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason, we must needs trust to Y'shtola's ingenuity and wait for her efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public attention. He shouldn't be impossible to find. Especially for one of your experience. It does seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps. But where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you've no need to worry. Nor do I intend to vanish from moons on end. We still have the empty to attend to, don't we? All right. Then I look forward to your return. Then it sounds like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's possible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarium. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We are presently studying the principles underpinning memory transference and, I believe, nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hearteningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use with the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found. Though we are all grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needst not labor to exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however, or however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure that the Crystarium continues to run smoothly, in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I could help? There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your services will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. Knowing not whether Elidibus or a new or ever-wanting connection to the source representeth the more pressing problem, we must needs attend to both, and risk solving neither. Never fear. I too will continue to assist the Exarch, to the best of my ability. And if that means casting the odd sleeping charm, so be it. Yeah. One of these methods will work. It must. Of course I don't wish to worry Lena. She has more than enough to worry about already. But I swore that I would return you all home. And what about you? Alright, fine. I will henceforth endeavor to take breaks when appropriate, while Lena is watching. I will accompany my brother and make sure he doesn't get carried away. You will do as you're told and get some rest. Both of you. I like how Shizune just immediately looks at Raha. Honestly, if he's a danger to himself, If I were Lena, I think I would have hit him over the head with a blunt object by now. At least then he'd lie down. There's so much to be done and so little I can do to help. but you can count on me to play my part in the empty. Ought we to inform the citizens that the star shower was an illusion, do you think? They might sleep better for the knowledge that no damage was done. There is sure to be no shortage of potential heroes upon whose good nature Elidibus will try to prevail. The trick will be in anticipating which settlement he'll direct his attentions toward next. Okay. To the end. Oh, there's 12 patches to 5.3. Okay, so we'll do 6 quests on Tuesday and 6 quests on Wednesday for MSQ next week. Instead of me streaming until 1 AM again. And that way we can start Wednesday's stream with the dungeon and the raid. Or not the raid, the trial. Pleasure as always, Mistress Staskar. I am relieved to see you were unharmed in the earlier commotion, though if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you will be retiring to your suite? Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require. It's like, we have a doze action. Why do they not just use that for sleeping? Who's in my room? What's in my room? Why is in my room? How is in my room? Mistress Staskar, it's Glinard, from the Wandering Stairs. I apologize for calling so late. That's right. May I help you? A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business with the Cardinal Virtues. Oh, in that case, obviously I'm gonna pick Sayella. Obviously. I forgot about this. Yes, Sayella. Always Sayella. Every time I do this quest, Sayella. I don't care what the others have to say. She has the most personal connection to what's going on right now. Good evening. Or should I be calling you Silva right now? I was in the Exedra. I saw everything. That was Ardbert. And it was not Twice now he has appeared, calling the people to arms. Speaking of heroes. Sounds familiar, huh? I knew this day might come. Ardbert never did reappear as a virtue. But to see his flesh stolen by the selfsame Ascian that made mock of their sacrifice. I spent years searching for a means to redeem their legacy. His legacy. And in you, I found it. You slew the virtues, reclaimed the stars. You spoke the truth and the people listened. When I heard our patrons speak of how the Warriors of Light had been their saviors all along, I thought at last, at long last. I was a fool. I cannot ask more of you, not after what you've given, but I must. Set him free. Lay him to rest with the others, in honor and triumph. Of course. I mean, at this point, it's just his body, because his soul is with me, but does she know that? Have I had a chance to tell her that? Would it give her peace knowing that he lives on through me? I'm coming for you, Elidibus. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Tower's umbilicus. What? Huh? Oh, here we go. That's not a good sound. So I'm gonna snooze this ad.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
You good, bro?
Art thou unwell?
What do you think?
Or perhaps a brief respite? It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubborn.
Oh. I did not mean to click there. Oh well. What he said was, and given to stubbornness, I'm afraid, especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
dream again.
Meanwhile, in the source.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me. Might I trouble you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Indeed. Could Emmett Selk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days?
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale. The tale of the world's end.
And that is the end of 5.3. Not 3. Oh my god, no. That is the end of 5.2. Thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button. Subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on Twitch. Every month, as long as I'm at least at 100 subs, I will do a thing for the community. This month, it is unlocking Blue Mage and leveling it up on stream. In the meantime, I will be back tomorrow starting at 7:30 Central with more Final Fantasy XIV. We will be doing Eden's Verse, the second tier of Eden. Minimum item level, no echo. No echo with 6 people. Speaking of Leviathan, once we're done with Shadowbringers, don't forget, I will be playing Subnautica as a thank you for you guys helping me out with getting my iPhone. Current coffee goal is to raise money for Twitch panels, and if and when we meet that goal, I will play Nier Automata. Also, Sunday we'll be doing Ruby Weapons starting at 4:30 Central, as well as going into Boja and cleaning up some other side quest stuff. And yeah, and then next week we're gonna split 5.3 in 2, so that way we're gonna go right up until right before the dungeon on Tuesday, and then the dungeon and the trial and the rest of 5.3 MSQ will be on Wednesday. So yeah, this patch or this expansion might be a little bit longer than I was anticipating, but I don't want to keep streaming until 1 AM on patch nights or on MSQ nights. So yeah, let's find somebody to raid. Preferably before ads start. Let's see here. Do we have any sprouts we can water? Shutter? I don't know who Shutter is. Unless, yeah. No, oh, you mean Citrina. Okay, yeah, let's raid Citrina. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if anybody's watching who isn't in an ad right now, but until I see you guys again, I am gonna sign off for tonight. We're gonna pantry raid. The pantry is gonna raid Citrina, Shutterbug. She's pretty cool, and I hope you guys have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. Bye-bye. It'd help if I spelled raid right. There we go. Okay, bye.